Check 1 2. Check 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 check. So you see that. As long as it's green, you're good. Yeah. No, you're good. Okay, don't. This button does nothing. This row. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Checking test. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Checking test. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Test 1, 2. All right, curling fans, coming to you live from the 2024 Alberta Oilmen's 71st overall edition from Calgary, Alberta. Just want to introduce myself, Roland Robinson, stepping in to do commentary tonight on a big matchup. Skips Nikki Smith and Sean Morris going head-to-head in, I believe, what is a semifinal of the A event here. Looking forward to bringing you some hopefully beyond mediocre curling tonight from these fantastic teams. Not quite sure what our viewer count here is, so I do have the chat up. If you are willing to throw any commentary up there to let me know that I do have fan engagement, please, of course, throw it out there. Throughout this game, do expect I'll be hopping in and out as I can to do a little bit of commentary, a little bit of grabbing a nice little beverage while we're here, and maybe bring in a little bit of guest commentary as we go along. By all means, again, rely on the commentary for a little bit of guide the way for what you're looking for out of this. Anyways, welcome. We're looking at sheet 5, the Alberta tubular sheet by our main sponsors, or sheet sponsors, here for the event. And kicking off in the first shot of the game, what we should have here is Brian. Brian, soon to be 75. Also, apparently not a fan of no more ashtrays on the ice, which I know we all abandoned about 25 years ago, but apparently he would absolutely love if we brought the ashtrays back out onto the ice. But the team says Brian's 75 and thriving and having a great time out there with the team. And a fantastic center guard there to start the match. Next up, we got Stan Gervais. Heck Gervais' son, as he will be referred to for the rest of this evening's draw. Heck Gervais' son. Their team coming off of, I think, a finals loss in the Edmonton International Oilmen's last week and representing the Edmonton International Oilmen's Bonspiel down here in Calgary this week. By the looks of it, Stan, come around, you know what, not that bad, but less some staggered centers here. Nikki Smith is going to take advantage here and try to control that center very early on in this game. So on the sweep here, we got Jeff. Jeff is the one wearing the nice vest to start the game. He warned me that it would not last very long, so I wanted to get the comment in there about his very nice vest to start the game. Also on the other side is Jason. Jason, as I have narrowed down here, he's confused on what he really does, but he loves golf and slow pitch. So golf, slow pitch, well, and curling, and he's getting out of here this afternoon and this evening. We see Stan here with his second, trying to make that wide come around. Now, I wasn't around long enough to go to no heck, but I'm pretty sure he's a little smoother than Stan was there. But I've been letting Stan know that all weekend anyway, so this isn't news to the rest of you. Nikki right now trying to take advantage with Jason's intern. Oh, I've curled a lot of years and I still don't get these right. Trying to use Jason's intern through this port that was left behind with that wide shot there by Stan. Looks like he's navigating the port. We're just going to see whether or not he can hold us up before the tee line or not. Oh, potential opportunity here for red. Take advantage of a rock that slid into the back. A bunch of staggered guards. Stan is calling the back four. There is a better opportunity. Don't take these things right to the back. Own that top 4 foot, Stan, if you got the opportunity. So we're about to see what Trevor with his stick. Trevor with his stick. He was telling me this story. He was out there pulling his boat anchor a couple of years ago, and pinched a nerve. And now he is limited to throwing with a stick out here, but he's out here just giving it a go still. And by what you can see, pretty darn good at it. But they did slip it just behind the tee line there. And, Nikki and her team, I believe Jason's throwing again here right away. Jason's going to have another opportunity. Throws a very similar rock, whether he parks it top 4 or parks it on the freeze here. He's going to be very happy with the result as long as he navigates this port. All right, what did we just see? Tidge wide, angle run back, little tick the zone out there. I think this is what we can, no offense to the teams out here, but we can come to expect this a little bit from Oilmen's Bonspiel. This is going to be, everyone's trying, everyone's working hard, but we're going to see a few obscure shots once in a while, and I think we just come to accept that and embrace it. So Jeff here, I think before his nice vest has come off, he's going to come around and try to, I think Nikki called us into the top rings, as she should have. Continue to navigate this port just like everyone else has for the last 3 shots. Although, ooh. I'm going to put this one on the record, and take note, team. Take note, end number 1. I am writing this down on the score sheet. That was a hogged rock, but by plus 20 feet, which might mean 2 rounds. I'm going to make sure that I make note of this after the game to the team. That's deserving of a 2-round penalty to the team. Next up, Aaron Serafinchin, former teammate of mine, but he's also a world. Oh no, he's not a world junior. That's Sean. We'll get to Sean, but Aaron Serafinchin is a Canada Games gold medalist from 1999. He is looking forward to being proposed to by his girlfriend one day because he just can't quite do it himself. So we're really looking forward to that day. And he wants to go by the name Big Time for the rest of the day. So you're going to hear this Big Time Aaron Serafinchin. Big Time kind of plugged the hole, didn't quite get to where he wanted to, but not that bad. Not that bad. This hole's getting a little bit tighter. Nikki's still kind of going for it. There's a little bit of an opportunity to draw through it. Little nick off the wide guard. Worth taking this opportunity. I think she's made the right call here. Pretty solid delivery there by Jeff the vest. Looking for a little bit of curl off this. If the weight's right, this looks fantastic. If they can get that by that guard and drag it by a little more. Oh, so close. You know, that was really close. So Stan right now looking for Aaron to play a little bit of is he going to go straight straight run back, double run back, or is he going to try to make this into more of a little tap back into the forefoot? Looking forward to seeing what exactly they're trying to chase down here. You know what? Not super hard weight. I think with this angle that they're kind of looking for a little bit of a angle onto the yellow and pushes back into the forefoot versus a really hard run back. But we'll see. This is a little bit of a big shot. Aaron touch it back on the forefoot. Let's see where this goes. Oh, really hard to tell from our angle here, and we don't have the overhead to give you this, but that red is buried. But it might not be out counting that yellow, but just still in an advantage spot there, being a little further ahead. Sitting on the T line versus the back four. But Nikki now with the wide side opportunity here to draw a second one. If she might be able to sit two out of this, at the very least sit one, but you can sit buried behind a bunch of junk here and just never be able to be touched again. All right, Nikki Smith up here with her first shot. Nikki herself, a very, very talented curler. Some of you out there might also know her sister Renee Sonnenberg, who's very involved now with the national teams and the coaching side of stuff, but her sister as well. Both of them very talented curlers growing up together, and Nikki's still competing here quite often in Calgary, especially in a lot of our leagues that we come across in these Oilmens, and Nikki's always a ton of fun to come across in these events. Okay, so I'm going to derive this that right now that red must be sitting one. I think if yellow is sitting different, this might be a different call, but taking a wide shot opportunity. We're going to need a lot of curl around here to get this shot back into the touching about half of the forefoot to be able to sit second shot. If not, I think their miss is kind of looking to be half buried top 8 foot, taking anything away from yellow for the opportunity to score one. So we'll see with Sean there. He's, according to the team, he's been throwing a lot of draws really heavy so far this week. Oh, interesting. I'm not going to lie to you. I wasn't expecting the out turn with the inside the rock by 3 inches hit there. So that was a slightly that was a miss on my part. But getting back to where I was saying at the start of the comment, their team has been absolutely scared of Sean's draw weight. I don't know if he's not trusting the sweepers or the sweepers aren't giving him the confidence, but there's been a couple back rings, and there's certainly been nothing light so far. But I've been rubbing the guys on the side here upstairs that they need to give him a reason to trust them a little bit, and I'm sure that might come around this game. All right, so Nikki's probably right now trying to play a little bit of a hit and roll in here, and depending on how much this curls, might be an opportunity to play the hit and roll in as well. Just maybe nudge this red one out by 2 inches and potentially score the 2. Depending on the angle I'm looking at here, she might just have to roll into the forefoot for 2 as well. So bit of a mystery to you at home and me from up here. We see the same thing. Can't tell who's second, who's sitting shot right now, but let's see what happens here. All right, the mystery's about to be over. We're going to find out who scored. Oh, counterpoint. I didn't realize who had last rock this end, which shows I should be paying more attention to my job here. Red with an opportunity. Really what they're looking at now is how do they have their opportunity to score 2. And when the way Stan's looking and calling a shot right now from the side, a little come in off that yellow, he's calling it like they are already sitting 1. He's just looking for a way to get another one into the forefoot. So let's see what they inevitably decide here. Stan's certainly lining up for a little bit of a simpler shot now. Maybe throw a hack weight tick in off this wide yellow. He's still standing there like he wants to call it. The rest of the team is looking at some fancy angles. Let's see what inevitably what they decide to do here. So we got up throwing their last shot at the end. Sean Morris, a world junior curling champion from 1994. Throwing it way back. That's 12 years before I had, and Sean does not seem that old. So good on him for exuding youth and longevity through his years. This has a great opportunity for a fantastic shot. Absolutely no doubter. Oh, or not. Oh, this could get interesting, ladies and gentlemen. If anybody is in the chat, throw your predictions for what we're about to see here in the 4-foot. Throw me a bone. Give me something to talk about. All right. Well, while we're waiting for this exciting measure and the results of this, I just want to get a chance to throw it here to our sheet sponsors that kind of going across our sheet here. And we can see right behind this one, Alberta Tubular. That is our sponsor for sheet 5. But coming across from sheet 1 and across, we have Global Control, Candor Engineering Limited, Voltage Wireline Incorporated, Horn River Engineering Limited, Central Alberta Heating Solutions, Petrogas Logistics Group Corporation, Express Tankers Incorporated, and Tsunami Water Solutions Limited. Those are our sheet sponsors this weekend. And thank you to all those. For a lifelong curler myself, we could never do any of this stuff in this fantastic events without these sponsors. So stay tuned. We will touch on here in later ends on our platinum, gold, silver, and bronze sponsors. But they are all extremely appreciated and want to make sure that they are recognized for their support of these events. Okay, so out of all that action in the 4-foot and a great shot by Sean, as I noted actually in my game notes over here, I said great shot for hit and roll 4, and I was going to put 1 or 2, and I'm going to put a big 0 there. It was 4-0. Yellow scores 1, the big steal. Wow, that could have been a different turnaround on that end. All right, I want to make a note here for Team Nikki Smith here and their team, sponsored by Global Controls. Your pre-wiring specialists. Just a nice little shout out there. Hopefully we get that out a couple more times during the game. Also, what they did want to point out that they are the 2015 and 2020 B event winners of this event. Regardless of the outcome of this game, they will not win the B event again this year. They either find their way on to a potential A-event victory, or they will be upstairs holding down the bar for the rest of the weekend. It is one or the other. The B event is out of the question, but they just wanted to let you know that they are the former two-time B event winners. Also, a little bit of a shout out here to the teams. There's this potential family watching here from Regina, Halifax, Ottawa, and Edmonton on this team. So they just wanted to let that know, and I think that's Jay's team. And I just see in the chat there, see a Go Jay. I think that was the shout out there to yourselves. Please let me know. Is it Gayleen? Let me know, which crew are you part of? The Regina, Halifax, Ottawa, or Edmonton crew cheering on for Jay? He wanted to make sure I threw a shout out back for everyone else that might be tuning in to watch him play today. Also, Nikki wanted to make a big shout out to her mom and dad if you are watching this evening. And the only other part that I have here sitting in the broadcast booth, I'm going to throw myself over to the, I'm going to press the number 0 here. You're going to kind of find myself over here. Well, getting ready for the Oiler game later tonight as well. I can't wear it, but I have my Team Canada heart sitting on here too. I can't see them anymore from the broadcast booth, but Team Canada taking on Korea tonight in the Women's Worlds semi-final. It was about the seventh end or so before I pulled into here, and that was turning into a very exciting finish. I can't see it from here. If somebody wants to throw it in the chat and give me a quick update on what might be going on in there. Hoping for our Team Canada to pull it through after such a great week to get themselves into that semi-final, and really hope that they can power through to really represent Canada here into the finals of the Women's Worlds. Team Red trying to follow that beautiful come around down to the tee line. Come up a little bit short. Looking for yellow. They're without hammers, stacking a few around the corners here. Potentially a little bit risky, but potential rewards. So let's see where this kind of pans out inevitably at the end of the end strategy and bring these rocks all to this side here. Team giving this thing a good sweep. It's getting a little tight to that red one, which might mean a little tick off. Depending how things go here, this is a little bit of an opportunity for red right now to take advantage of their corner and potentially chase the one that's buried a little bit there and take control of that corner guard in that scoring zone just in front of the tee line, in behind those now staggered corner guards. But the stick man is up. Trevor the stick man. So let's. Usually the higher weight shots are the stick's best opportunities, and they're usually their make zone. Not a bad miss. Yeah, kept the other back red one in play. Yeah, a little bit worried that he might do otherwise, but that's A-okay. Red with hammer, never a bad thing to be having a lot of stragglers around the house. This one lone yellow one, this one nice really shot away from red scoring a bundle. So some action starting to shape up here in the second end. He's got another really nice shot here coming up, crossing the nose of the shot with a little bit of a roll. This is going to make this really difficult for an angle double for red on these two yellows. Beautiful little roll across the center line. Nose hit there, might have left an opportunity. Great spot, great control of the end here so far by the yellow team. Shot down by red. A little hit and roll, take thrown away, roll out. Not optimal at this point. Any potential big end for red right now is kind of gone. They might chase around here for an opportunity Potentially at 2 at some point at the most, if not probably looking at a force at this point as they work their way around here. So Nikki making the call here for Jeff, just looking for, looked like a nose hit. Nose hit's probably ideal here. A little bit of roll in doesn't hurt, but nose hit makes it really difficult for Red to make a little more of a cross-house double. What I can see, pretty good delivery. Yep, pretty nice nose hit here. This is a little flip out here is actually really good. You don't want to really go too aggressive. That flip out is the ideal scenario, but like you don't have a lot of room to play with there. But fantastic shot there by the team. Stan's really looking for a way to try to bring the 2 back into play, which means he's going to throw a higher weight shot here. Aaron Serafin quite capable of throwing this high weight shot. Just don't believe that right now the opportunity to roll back into the center really actually has an opportunity to push that other yellow off the 4-foot line. But at least bring that play back in that direction. Hope that you kind of set yourselves up for potential make or miss on the other side. And Serafin just rolls under. That's too bad. Little bit of flashback to Hasselborg's last shot there in the quarterfinals earlier this morning. Very similar shot and throw, and missed just underneath. Catch that a little bit thicker. Certainly that doesn't have the power to get all the way out to the far boards. But all they were looking for is to kind of snuggle up against that other yellow one and just push it out a couple inches back to the outside. But just off by the inside by that much. Yellow right now just very content to keep this on the tee line on the wide side. You will force Red to throw against 2, whether it be a draw or a hit. If you can keep your yellows split right now, especially with this wide side, open side, maintaining it behind the tee line. Now, that held on just enough. That's a fantastic shot. Red has to find a way now to think, how do I manufacture a 2? And their opportunity here is they have to take this wide side here, red onto yellow, try to sit one right now, try to sit one behind a couple of staggered shots with team where the shooter stays here and where this existing corner guard is, and just give themselves an opportunity that yellow will have a tough throw at them to take the shooter out or shot rock out after this and potentially set up a deuce. If not, they're looking probably to draw to the 4-foot for 1 if how this continues. All right, Erison Finch's second shot here in 2. Big shot here if he can make something. We got Sean Morris really trying to carve this thing back in. It looks really wide. Not an ideal scenario. I will give Aaron the benefit of the doubt. He says his inner leg has been really, really stiff and sore and potential lactic acid here so far this weekend. I really think that he could have worked it out on the bicycle up before the game, but it being an Oilsman's, we're probably having a few beers instead. So what can I say? You get what you get out of it. So Nikki right now with good control over this end. I'm going to say the steal opportunity here is if Sean can't hit the 4-foot, but it's pretty open. Like Nikki doesn't have a great opportunity to really set up a hard steal opportunity, but she can certainly make this draw to the 4-foot a lot more touchy and make it against 2 or maybe 3, which that's a little tough to throw against sometimes. If as we've discussed kind of the start of the game, Sean's kind of had back house weight for part of the weekend here. Hasn't given full trust to his sweepers yet, as I just kind of bugged the guys and poked them in the eye about that. But if she can right now find a way to sit a couple of extra points just around the edges and make that draw, just that if it doesn't work out, just to mean that much more on the scoreboard. But what she's looking to do right now really needs to ensure that this one here probably gets behind the tee line, back 8. The line's just fine. The sweepers need to ensure that this gets behind the 4-foot back here. If this comes up anywhere short, that gives the opportunity for red to slash it or make the double back off the one that's already hidden behind the corner. This is opportunity for red. You just don't want to leave them the opportunity to get an access to this this yellow one that's been buried so far. So Stan's already calling that really thin one right there, and that's how he should be calling this. This is your only opportunity to bounce that thing off there. And if they can make that shot, now you're opening up the opportunity for red to actually maybe score a multiple. So team yellow there, needed to sweep that thing another 3 feet. You're really safe being deep there. You're safer not even throwing the shot anywhere in the rings. So let's see how this pans out. This right now is starting across that center pretty tight. This is looking really close. If it can get the very least catch a piece of this yellow. No, over the top. Oh, it makes a double on the back. Not that bad, eliminating some potential issues. But you're now only drawing against potentially 1 instead of 2 or 3. But I see Nikki here is now choosing, we're going to go to the wide side and just force this score back to the middle after. She throws very similar way to her last one. She'd be very happy. Just get her sweepers to take that thing about 2 feet deeper, make it impossible for any sort of this cross-house double. And you should see a shot that's going to force Sean Morris to try to draw against 2 here coming up to try to even this game up at 1. All right, great throw and rock. Well judged by the team. Parked on the far side. That's a great spot here to force the draw to the 4-foot for 1 for red. And this gets a little touchy here. So great shot by Nikki and the team to set up the force here this end. All right, I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I did not watch what happened that shot. I see yellow is throwing again. I am attempting to wait to see what the scoreboard has to say, and I'm also going to put in my game notes. I will be asking the teams here after the end what happened in 2. All right. Not that I get to report back to you, but it is in the game notes to request after the explanation. We've seen another hogged rock here from Team Yellow. That might be a little different. This is who we after this time. That might be Brian. So we got multiple folks on Team Yellow here owing rounds to their team after the game. So let's just rock that one down as number 3. I want to make sure they don't forget about this. Another hogged rock. Steal a 1. All right. User NDD11. Nice steal a 1. If you don't mind, can you throw it into the chat to me? Was it just a draw that didn't quite hit the full 4 foot? Is that what happened, or did somebody play a hit? I completely missed out on the shot, and I appreciate any assist in the broadcast right now. All right, so after yellow's opening hogged rock, red there tried to throw the corner guard. Didn't quite pan out for them super well. It's a very, very wide corner. Luckily for yellow, they did kind of, well, unluckily for yellow and luckily for red, is red got another corner guard from the yellow team. Just took complete advantage of it on Stan's second shot this end. Wachimata, no less than me. Hard to say. My only opportunity is I'm here watching it live and you're watching it virtually. By no means think that I know what I'm talking about here. I will pretend to, but by no means do I actually know. All right, this Yellowstone looking like it's going to park itself right in front of this red. This is a great way to cut off this corner. Nice little angle there. Beautiful little tap to get that thing back closer to the tee line. This is only going to benefit yellow this thing at this point in time, this end. Great little shot there. Stan's going to try splitting the rings early. He's only got the 8 foot to work with, and he is trying to split the rings. Aggressive call here. We'll see where this kind of pans out. I'm interested to see how this works. This thing is curling super wide, even if it has the weight. They're better off leaving a corner right now. See how the end plays out. Maybe if they clear the side up here on the, as we look at the end from the far side, if we clear stuff up on the right side, maybe this left side junk corners start coming into play. Right now, they're not very useful because that yellow's already taken part of the 8 foot, and as we can see, that corner on the left-hand side is only guarding the 8 foot line. So what we need to have is a little bit of action happening here on the right-hand side to potentially bring these left-hand corner guards into play or make them useful. So we'll see what comes up here pretty early in the end here, but this is some opportunity that they might inevitably come into play, or they just might not. Maybe this right side controls the end. And Jason here with his second shot, I presume. Watching from Ottawa, this is, I think it was Jason here told me that that's you're part of his crew or his fan club. So welcome and glad you can tune in. So Stan's still kind of, yeah, he's trying to call that kind of back to the center. Like you can see him kind of calling back, thinking to the other side. I'm pretty certain he's going to call this back to the center. I certainly think right now, and if we want to bring those red corners on the left-hand side back into play, great opportunity to try to throw a little bit of a mid-weight double on these two yellows and roll the shooter back across the center. They are going to instead opt to play the draw over to here and leave those yellow rocks in very, very much a control zone in front of the rings. A little bit of a risky play. Red is stacking the house, but yellow still controls the important part of the rings. So let's see how this pans out. All right, so yellow looks like they're going to keep plugging up the middle here. It's going to be a lot of yellow. A lot of yellow in play. So just reading the chat here, yes, it's so Jason is the younger brother. I don't know if I'm going to be pointing out that it's the older sister or the older brother here. I met Jason at the table. He's A-okay, but if you're claiming you might be cooler, there is an opportunity for you to fit in there still from my books, so I will give you the benefit of the doubt, especially the one chiming in online. If you're willing to do this, you are the cooler sibling of the bunch at this point. But I will agree, still a good guy, good team, good group of people to sit and have a beer with as well. I can attest to that. All right, so looking at the strategy right now, so Red, who needs to score a couple here. One shot ago, they were sitting in trouble. They are still sitting trying to draw around. I'm not sure if I agree with the strategy to continue the draw. I think they should have moved a few yellow ones out there, giving themselves a really solid opportunity to score. They don't need to go for broke here this end. Give themselves a solid opportunity to score, even to get one, but probably two. But yellow keeps piling me in here. The only opportunity I can see here is yellow just misplaces a draw here and gives a high weight double or triple opportunity back to red. But right now, yellow is certainly in control. And if they can get one tucked even top 4 foot, half buried behind this yellow group here, this is going to make it really tough for red to even get a really comfortable opportunity to score their one this end. All right, so, okay, thank you for updating this chat. It's 7-6 for Korea against Canada. Yes, I would understand if you have to switch that game. It'd be even nicer if you could throw us on one device and the other game up on the other. Before you go and before you jump, can you let me know, is it 7-6 Canada with hammer and what end? Very curious to where that one's shaping up. But looking right now, just kind of mentioned something here where I thought that if yellow kind of threw a shot here to leave an opportunity for red here to score a few points with some big weight, clear a few things out, they did leave that shot. What I am not quite sure that red is thinking right now is they are not taking that opportunity. They're not willing to clear that scoring zone in front. They're leaving everything plugged up. I might have to talk to the boys about this after the game. I am taking a game note right now. This is Aaron Serafinchin. Aaron S. Shot number 2, not hitting. We may need to talk about this one after the game. I really would love to see Reds just smash out these yellows right now if their opportunity to score a few wants to come to fruition. Kriepsen has hammer. Is this, are we getting into the 9th or the 10th end at this point? Because if Canada has hammer right now, I'm looking for the blank in the 9th or certainly a deuce opportunity in 10 is extremely high with Rachel and team's potential. Probably a very exciting finish. coming back to our game. They are playing the draw, trying to maybe sit 2 here behind this pile. I'm going to be proven wrong here, most certainly, and I certainly hope so, but I don't necessarily think that the draw is a shot here. So I hope Aaron makes a fantastic one here. He needs to be top button. This is a very finesse touch shot. The team's working it. The line's not that bad, but this has to go. Oh, fantastic. What sweeping. All right. Well, if none of you really have the throwback to Sean Morris, because you probably haven't deserved to see him on, well, sorry, you haven't seen him on TV, but you deserve to have to. Sean Morris, an exceptionally talented curler, as we mentioned earlier, a world junior champion from 1994. Had an opportunity to curl with him in a couple of kind of Super League or competitive league games in here. Curled against him for years, but once you got to curl with Sean, he is a fantastic competitor, fantastic talent out on the ice, and one of the best teammates you could ever ask for on a day in and day out basis. And you just seen that there. He just helped make a shot happen that probably wouldn't have been there otherwise. And thanks for the update in the chat. They are in the 10th end. So we are really looking for a really exciting opportunity for Rachel Homan and Team Canada to potentially score 2 or more here on the coming home in the last end. Yeah, let's really hope for that. I'm sure the crowd there will be extremely excited, and that team certainly deserves to work their way into that gold medal game here after their performance so far this week. Nikki Smith, I think just trying to play a straight pick here, just trying to get rid of this red one, make him do it again over. This, ooh, interesting. Yeah. So I'm about to eat my words potentially. I still think that these yellows are a threat for red. Nikki still has one more shot to potentially promote something near as I can see, but yeah, a bigger opportunity for red here to potentially set up a score of 2 or more, hopefully for a deuce. So they do need to set up the deuce, and their main thing right now is I think they have to plug up the center line. Hate to have to be thrown when you have Hammer throwing a center guard up, but it's the right thing to do here, and it will maybe secure probably a kind of 8-foot line draw back into the 4-foot on your last one at the scenario how it's setting up. So looking for Sean here to throw a really nice top post draw. This should give him the comfort zone to trust his sweepers to sweep it into a spot. We are calling heavy again. We're gonna have to talk. We're gonna have to have a talk about trusting the sweepers here after the game, I think. But that is what it is. Let's see what happens here. A little bit of tap and separation here, at least potentially. Yeah, you know what? Not that bad right there. If you're gonna come heavy into the rings and you get that separation, there is no primary shot on red right now. For Team Yellow, for them to play any shot, it has to be a yellow onto a red. So. They do have to hit 4th or 5th shot onto one of the second or first shot rocks right now. That's always a little bit of a danger and a potential for opportunity for the red team here. So for Sean, a little bit of a miss from his call, but this isn't a bad outcome all things considering, and we'll see what shot is left after Nikki's throw here. Little short run back. I expect her to kind of put it straight back on the red, maybe have it buried a little bit. There's going to be maybe a difficult shot here for the red team after. A little run back double maybe for 2. Yeah, this is getting interesting. All right, so Nikki's shot's starting to come in there. Okay, that looked a little wide to start with. This is now actually coming in a little tight. Actually probably over curled from what they were looking for. This is kind of left a fairly straightforward nose hit for 2. Play this cute and try to get the roll in on top, maybe for 3. But one way or another, this should be if Red can make contact with their top one, either on the nose or on the inside, that's a minimum of 2, potential of 3. So I ate my words, what I was talking about 4 shots ago when I thought Red was doing the absolute wrong thing by not hitting the top yellows. Life has turned around, and I've been proven wrong once again. But if Sean can throw the same similar touch to what he threw on his little hit and roll there in the first end, that is the same type of touch he needs here to potentially score 3. Little cross the nose here just enough with, I probably thinking he's trying to throw like a little bit of board weight, not super hard, just come across and softly roll into the top of the 4-foot on the far side of the center line. This thing took off absolutely early. It is clunking something. Did it cause him any damage? No. But, oh boy, that might be another one for yellow. Oh, I was just talking about how this was an absolute Joey opportunity to score at least 1, maybe probably 2, just by making contact with that Red. Not making contact is an absolute disaster. We need to talk about this after the game in the game notes. I don't know if that picked, but certainly not what the team was looking for on that shot. All right, thank you for the update. Quick update from the chat for anyone who is listening and not watching, which is probably only me. Team Canada has just won against Korea to advance to the final. Absolutely fantastic. Well deserved by the team. I know they made undefeated through their round robin, only to lose to this Korean team on the last round robin game. And that Korean team looked very good against Hasselborg in that quarterfinal. So a fantastic work by Rachel and her team to hold through to that one and power into the final. I didn't see the final game or the final of the game between Italy and Tiranzoni. Both teams closely coached by I'm going to draw the name out of my hat here really fast here, but Claudio Pescia out of Switzerland, who has been extremely involved with the high performance programs in Switzerland for the last 10 plus years. Somebody I've known when their team came across here to Canada in the early 2010s. Very passionately involved in both the Swiss and the Italian programs in their high performance bit, and to see both programs being extremely competitive on the world level is fantastic right now. And I'm sure it's I know he's not tuning in to watch the Oilmen's semi-final game here tonight, but a big shout out to an individual who's dedicated a life to his sport and seen 2 countries that are very close to home, but are creating fantastic results year over year these days. And all right, yellow right now. Threw in top 8, threw in a little bump there. Not that bad. Kind of control that middle. All things considering, not that bad a play for the scoreboard right now. Kind of see on the camera there, I think Nikki was staring back at the TV. I think she is probably trying to peer into what the result of the Canada-Korea game was as well. And for most of us here, if I go back and touch the big 0 button here, you're going to recognize very quick. If you didn't catch us at the start, we are cheering for the Oilers tonight. I have the old Zach Hyman jersey on. He is going for 50 in Toronto tonight. I hope it happens, and I can't wait for it to happen. Let's go Oilers. All right, so red happened to split these two yellows across. They do have a bit of a corner guard that's obviously not going to go away with the next yellow shot. So, oh, there we go. We got a, thank you. Yes, go Oilers. We hate the Leafs here in Ottawa. Fantastic. We're big fans until we meet up at, 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time tomorrow, probably 2 p.m. tomorrow, Edmonton in Ottawa. That might be a little bit of a battle. I do have an old Patrick Lalime jersey from the Ottawa Senators from way back in the day, from when I was an old goalie fan. But I do have to confess right now that my allegiance is 100% to the Oilers, but I will have a soft spot for the Ottawa Senators at any given time. All right, a lot of yellow. They left it stagger here. This stagger right now might be an opportunity for the red team, and I see Stan's electing to throw a little softer weight here. Just maybe tickle in off this yellow and try to get underneath those. They don't have to do it with power. They just have to get one maneuvered in there. Whether they can do it with a draw or they can do it with a little hack weight or backline tick off this yellow one. One way or another, if they can get underneath that stagger, it's giving them an opportunity to try to score a few points this end. Let's see how this goes. The line doesn't look that bad. They could probably do either without the tick or the not, but this just has to stop in the rings. The line is going to be just fine. Team Red needs these rocks buried like this. That is tough to get to for yellow unless they're going to run their own angle corner back in there, but they don't need to do that. We'll see what Nikki calls here. Yeah, freeze is probably the call to even plug up the middle some more. If this thing comes up light, tickles some top ones, you have the top controlled. Red is going to have a very tough time sneaking any more points in there. All right, team's putting a broom down here. This thing looks like it's curling, but no, it's holding up against that center. This is going to be okay. This might get the tick that the Team Red was looking for. Ooh, touch heavy, little tickle off. This is an opportunity for Red. Red potentially should keep piling a few stones in play here. They are safe. Let's see what we can get here. We got the big stick. The big stick here from Trevor. Yep. As he says, former toe slider. You might have seen a Manitoba tuck out of this man before he tried to pull a boat anchor and all of a sudden ended up having to throw the stick. Nerve damage is what he tells me. This is coming to the rings. If this could get a little more curl, little tick off, though. Oh, he did get a little tick off there. That's not that bad. Great little spot to park that red one. That's always the opportunity, especially for us. Well, let's just say us amateurs. Let's be real about it. If you can't make the draw and you have the tick opportunity, and that's your second opportunity, you take it all day long. And they took advantage of it on that shot. Nikki is going to chase the double here. I think if she tries to hit this red thin enough, it'll go over the top of the other one, potentially make the double. But there is a little bit of sliver for either catching this too thick or being a little bit too wide. So this is a dicey shot, but if yellow can make a beauty here, this could really put the gears to the red team. And oh, what happened? Tidge tight. All right, this is about to shape up kind of interesting here coming into the last couple of shots. Red's got some rocks in play. The angles aren't terrible. The tough part about them right now is where does Red go right now to score more than the 2 points they're sitting? It's very, very difficult right now to try to put more rocks in the scoring zone. They might opt to just protect the 2 points that they have there and hope that there's an opportunity to throw a third one into play later on during skips rocks. But right now they think they're going to opt to just protect their two rather than try to continue to force the issue of piling rocks into the scoring zone. All right, Aaron Serafinchin, not a bad curler in his own right here. He's What does he elect to do here? Maybe a little bit heavy. If this is gonna be heavy, they need to set these angles up here so they don't turn into a triple. They need to make sure that all these angles set up that if yellow throws a heater at these, at least two of these reds stay in the house somewhere. They couldn't have. I don't think there's a triple. Triple would have been an absolute disaster. Double, well, you can survive it. It's not the optimal opportunity. That really needed to be about 4 feet lighter. Again, going into the game, notes to Team Red: throw it lighter, give your sweepers a chance. We will talk about this after the game. If I ever go silent on the air, it's because I'm trying to write and I can't talk and write at the same time. Okay. Good case scenario for red off that shot, but at the same point, those two reds are those are too tough. That's a tough angle to defend if you're red. Like right now, if you can hit that top red when you can see every inch of that red in the top 4 foot, and you can hit any of it from the nose to the outside by about 3/4 of that stone, and you're going to make a double. Very, very, well, I'll say this, hard to miss double, but it's certainly not wired to be a jam. It's more an opportunity that double is more than likely to be made if you make contact with the top one. So now this defense shot that Aaron Serafinch needs to throw a guard here means more and more that it is covering that hole, and it's not giving the opportunity for Team Yellow to double those two reds out. Again, probably coming in a little bit deep. I think if you're red, you really want that shot about 3 to 4 feet higher at a minimum. But it protects it. It protects it for the moment. So let's see what happens here. There is risk for yellow to play the run triple. Certainly, if you miss it just a hair wide, you can end up putting that top 4 foot rock and stuff it back into the yellow one if you end up back that way. But you're also potentially in a very, very good spot if you can hammer this red one right on the nose. It's a pretty straightforward nose hit triple. Everything scatters to the outskirts of the rings if you do that, and I think especially if you're yellow at that point, you mitigate giving up any sort of big end and move on with your game with hammer up one or more with the hammer next end by being able to make this shot. So looking for Nikki to either hit this on the nose or to cross the nose just by a hair. That will end up being her best result on this outcome. All right, early sweep on this one. Hanging out there. You know what? This is not going to miss wide. If anything, they just got it. They have to sweep this to try to make contact within the top 4. That's too bad. I think that was well thrown. Probably could have been swept the whole way and made contact with one of the top 4. But yeah, really good effort. Really good effort there. Interesting choice by red here right now. Sean Morris getting ready to throw his first with hammer. How do you force more than 2 points here this end? Their opportunity here might come cross the nose just a little bit with a back 8 weight, push that top 4 foot one straight back, kind of corner weld / tap just a hair, the one in the back 4 foot of the Yellowstone, and potentially roll your shooter just even a quarter rock berry behind that red corner. Just make any chase of angles for Team Yellow very difficult on your next one rather than a more straightforward nose hit. And an opportunity for red to get back into the game, which obviously they had last end. Like we said, it's going to be part of the post-game talk, but this is their opportunity to get back into it. So probably the weight that Sean wanted. Not that bad a weight, but certainly from the broom and the curl there, that was missed broom by probably 6 inches to 8 inches at a minimum for that weight that needed to be thrown down that path. Had the right idea. The good thing for red right now is it did put that red one in the top 4 back on to that red one just enough that it's going to be very difficult for yellow to actually play a shot to double off those 2 reds from the 4-foot. So that's the saving grace there for the red team. Probably right now, even if Nikki throws every weight that she can throw at and hit that red rock in the top 4-foot, it's probably spinning down on top of that other yellow in the back anyway. So not a bad shot. There should be a pretty good chance here that red's probably sitting one at a minimum in the 4-foot after this shot, and an opportunity for them to maybe score their deuce after. And depending how rocks line out, maybe there's an angle for them to make a double somewhere that might not be foreseen at this point, but maybe a double for 3 if depending where things scatter to. So it really looks like with this ice, Nikki is not throwing this very hard. The key here is to stay wide enough to just make contact with the red in the 4-foot and then push the second red out of the 4-foot rings. Shooter might roll to the wide side 4-foot line in front of the other red one. That's just going to be fine. What we're really looking for here is making sure that Nikki does not move over and crash on the yellow one in front of the 2 reds. That opens up the opportunity for potentially for Team Red. So what we're really looking for is that this makes contact with the reds in the 4-foot. Coming in with this weight, she might even stay. Yep, so this is what I was talking about. This is what we didn't want to see. This is that little knockoff there. The reds is already sitting 2. There's a potential. I'm going to say, no, the potential for 4. Sorry, I got to look over and try to get this in live action. I don't think there is a shot for 4 here, but there is a shot for 3. So that's the only thing you just didn't want to do there was to leave this kind of more, shouldn't go wrong for red kind of thing, like minimum 2. I don't want to jinx them and say it's a hard shot for 3 because it is a 4-foot with backing, but this is not the optimal leave if you're Team Yellow from that shot. Nikki, before that crashed, probably at the hog line, looked if it got by. That probably actually would have been really a beautiful shot. She would have sat right splitting the center line in front of another red, and that would have been an extremely difficult shot for red to even score 2. But here we are, and this is where curling gets very interesting, is you just you can predict a million different things, and you're always going to be wrong. All right, so Sean Morris, the team has always said he's been throwing them to the back of the house, no problem. He's making the team sweep here. Let's see if this at least gets to the 4-foot. If he touches that red one, that should be enough. Let's see. Let's see whether or not we have more game notes to talk about after this. They are looking at this thing like it might be a measure again. I'll stick around and keep the commentary until we figure out what exactly is going on here, and then I'm going to take a slight 4th end break. Go grab one more refreshment to get us through to the end of this game. Has anyone grabbed the measure stick yet? Oh. Nope, they threw it back. If Team Red is kicking that one off, I'm assuming that was only a score of 2. Oh, a lot of work by the team to maybe only score 2 there. So, anyways, yeah, thank you, folks, for, I think we have, it's telling me that we have 13 viewers. I don't know if that's what we have going live here right now, but enjoy talking to a big crowd. Again, any questions, throw it into the chat. Tell me whether or not you enjoy the commentary or not. I only do this about once every 3 years, so I just want to ensure that the folks listening on the side are hearing what they need to hear and what they want to hear. Anyways, we'll return. My name is Roland Robinson, and I am pleasured to be able to be here to commentate here on the semifinal of the Alberta Oilmen's 2024 71st edition. We will be back with commentary momentarily. All right, coming to you live back in the fifth end here. Nice little fourth end break. If I can reach over, this is a one-man show right now. I'm going to press the 0 button here. And I'm going to say, anyone sitting at home, big cheers. Hope you're enjoying the game. Hope you're enjoying the night. It's a beautiful Saturday. Glad to have you here. If this is what you're putting your time towards, I appreciate you tuning in. And appreciate the compliment too here in the chat. Much appreciated. All right, I did say earlier we got onto our sheet sponsors, but we need to get into our platinum, gold, and silver sponsors here at the Alberta Oilmen's. Sitting at our platinum sponsors is Haslock Heaters, Elspec Electrical, Powerside Incorporated, and Horizon North. I want a big shout out to our platinum sponsors of this event. Second one up is we have our gold sponsors is Thruster Energy Corporation. Love that name. Getting into our silver sponsors, the Calgary Petroleum Curling Club, PTW Energy Services, Riley's, and Glenmore Doors Services Limited. Getting down to our bronze sponsors is AltaGas, Northwest Tank Lines Incorporated, Scrip Resources Limited, and Retech Enterprises. Thanks to all who put any effort in terms of sponsorship, money, and effort from folks within your organizations to support these events. We would never ever be able to do these without them. And I will say in my lifetime, these have been always fabulous events to participate in. So always appreciative of any sponsors in any capacity that they put forth to ensure that these happen in a great capacity. Oh, and cheers! I hear this fireball on the ice. Sounds like my kind of place, and I'm wondering why I'm not curling in Ottawa right now instead of here. We'll have to make it out there one day. Curling in Canada, the furthest I made it, I think, is Oakville once for a mini slam, and I think I made it out for does this even count as Eastern Canada to make it out to Thunder Bay for a Canadian Junior Championship back in 2006. Very, very much Western orientated over here. The East is hard to get to. I think I spent more time curling in Asia and Europe than I have out in the East, but it's always a beautiful place to visit once if we can get an opportunity. Certainly a lot of fun teams that we've competed against over the years that have made the effort actually to come out west and to play in some of our spiels. Certainly had a lot of teams coming in from Ontario and Quebec and every once in a while coming all the way from the provinces a little further off on the coast there. I know it's always a big effort to come out here to the west, but when we've had them here, it's always been fantastic. They've always been a lot of fun to spend some time with upstairs. They are characters in their own right, and we've always absolutely loved curling against everyone from all across this country. All right, big time Aaron Serafinchin here throws a very high corner guard. He got it across the hog line, so I'll give him that much. Maybe put that in the game notes too and give him credit for it. Can't find reason to criticize them all the time, right? As I put down the game notes, Finch makes corner guard. There we go. It's in ink. Nikki, though, she is trying to play something through the hole here. There is an opportunity here. If they can get through this hole and get this, touch the one in the top forefoot and put it back onto the other back foot, potentially double split it off, there's a good opportunity for Yellow to set themselves up for a bundle here. And this thing looks like it's going to get, that went from tragedy to potential to hard to say what just happened there. There's a lot of things going on this end right now, folks. Still some opportunity from Yellow from this in-turn side, and still some opportunity from the out-turn side to maybe secure their their one or maybe a deuce here too. Like Nicky can still throw the. They're going to plug this hole up on this side, but Nicky can still throw the out turn wide and still sit one on the back and potentially set up a deuce too. So still a lot of danger here, but Red right now is looking like they're maybe setting up a situation of a 4-1, and potentially being a somewhat difficult shot for the 4-1. All right, so Sean got his across the hog line, and that is definitely good enough. Let's just put it at that. Definitely good enough. If you want to put that on the score sheet, it took away everything it is. That is still a 4 out of 4. But just as we're talking about before, Nicky still has an opportunity to come here wide on the out turn, and Park went on that back 4-foot, and I think it might be difficult to set up a shot for 2, but this is certainly taking opportunity to sit first shot here, and certainly give some sort of opportunity maybe for 2 after. I think if you're Red, you're really looking at this point, fifth end, you kind of want your steal of 1 here. Giving up 1 maybe is not that bad. Score 2, give up 1, score 1, score 2. Yeah, so we're going to way through the scoreboard here. Pretty good situation for Red to try to claw themselves back into the game. Yellow here really needs a deuce or more to really secure the game. But if a single right now kind of puts them in a potential spot where they're still scrapping it out over the last 3 ends to give themselves an opportunity to win the game. But also, as it's shaping up, is Red is potentially sitting there with the opportunity for 2 with the hammer in the last end to win the game. The way the scoreboard is starting to shape up, so for Yellow, they needed to score a deuce or more here this end to really kind of more secure that scoreboard and give themselves a bit of a comfort zone. But all right, as we love to see, so Heck Gervais' son Stan holding the broom down there. He's got his Oilers jacket on, as you already sit me when I hit the 0 button up on this thing here. You see me upstairs with my Oilers jersey on. Zach Hyman Oiler jersey. Big fan of our signing. Big fan of him potentially playing in Toronto tonight and maybe piling himself up to the 50-goal mark. That's an exciting time. I can't wait to cheer that one on. All right, Stan and team, as I might have mentioned earlier in the broadcast here, the Edmonton International Oilmen's Bonspiel, they are the entry on behalf of that spiel. They always have a little bit of a back and forth here where there's a team from this event going up to Edmonton and this team coming down from Edmonton to this one. And they're also sponsored by Spartan Controls. They want to give a quick shout out to Mookie. Hoping you're having a great time dipping into it down in on vacation there. Interesting setup here. Like right now, if you're Nicky, it's also, I think they can throw maybe a back 8 tap on this yellow one and kind of set themselves up for something. But again, if it's only to sit 1, Red can plug this up pretty quick. If not, there might, like the way that red, yellow, red down the center. There's this weird potential there that you could always squirt that red one straight back somehow if you needed that angle coming into those rings, that you could play the triple run. That the red just in front of the rings might go straight back on the center line depending on the angle you need, and that could turn it into a potential opportunity if one team or the other needs to do something with that. That being said, I'm not counting rocks. Last shot of the end. What am I doing? I just keep adding rocks on to the end afterwards. Nicky right now just did, then obviously just playing the tap for one. I don't pay attention to how many rocks. I'm just looking for the opportunity for the next shots. We should have 10 rocks in end, in my opinion. It would save me the embarrassment. Oh, man. Didn't look like there was much of an opportunity to save that rock by the team. Maybe if they swept, if they went parallel to the post on the sweep, there should have been an opportunity there. The weight only looked like it was maybe a foot or a foot and a half short after it ticked the guard. You know, but that's what you get at 6 p.m. in Oilmen's curling on the Saturday. Is nobody's going to sweep this thing pillar to post Briar style. So we got what we got there. Red looks like they picked up one. This thing is a tie game all of a sudden. This is getting interesting. We're moving into number 6. 3 ends to go. Heavyweight matchup here. High potential that the winner of this game finds their way into that final of this whole event and maybe juggernauts their way to the win. And it might be an opportunity for Nikki and her team. If they can pull this off, they can shred their 2-time B event winners and put off a event winner onto their resume. All right, I'm just tuning in. I'm just catching up on the score. I can't see a TV from where I'm sitting, but I see the Leafs are up 1. Oh, you know what? I'd say disaster in Oilland, but the more we're down, the bigger the win it's going to be. Also, I'm not going to lie to you, Leaf fans, if you're on the line, what's your... I know our lineup in Edmonton is foreign sometimes, but I see Nylander, Matthews, Domi, Tavares. Who else do you have on here? Defend your team. Defend your team in the chat. I don't understand what that you're putting this group of folks forth and thinking that's going to be success. I am opening myself up to Oiler criticism. Don't get me wrong, I get it. But anyone watching the game, tell me how the flow is. Who should be scoring right now? My assumption right now is the Oilers should be winning 4-1, and they just haven't connected on a couple great opportunities. That's my anticipation prediction of this game so far. Good news, ladies and gentlemen. I have been able to find a way to stream the Oiler Leaf game on my phone. I no longer need to rely on the chat. Just got to find a way to not have it distract me from this curling game that's going on in front of me. All right, getting back to the game here. We got a center guard. We got one sitting top button. There's an opportunity for Red to maybe bump this thing back. We might get some action in the forefoot this end. This could turn out into a pretty exciting time. Shot's looking really good coming in here. Sean trying to cook a little extra curl on it, but this thing needs to just get a little bit of steam on it and push this thing back forth. Not that bad a shot. If I'm Team Red, I'm really happy with my setup here to start this end. right, so we got, so Brennan's got his 2 done. We got Jason up here again. Line looks pretty good on this. There's a lot of curl kind of coming in on this stone, so let's see if he's got the weight here to kind of push this red one back out off the center line and wide. Really liking the shape of the shot here. I think if you're yellow, you really love the outcome of this shot. Red, this gets a little tough. What do you do with your next one? Do they kind of chase and push back this? Yeah, it's an interesting way to stand. See, he's looking back and he's letting Nick, like you made this kind of tough for me. What do I do right now? Stan could do this, or Stan could even kind of follow down the prior shot and push another yellow behind the tee line and kind of own that top of the 8-foot. This risk right now is that you keep everything off to one side. The yellow onto the red becomes a real angle, even if you make the shot exactly how you want to. Yeah, maybe in a different scenario, this wouldn't be the exact shot I would want to do here to continue to set up the end, but if they corner freeze on this is probably the actual decent call here. That's better off than coming in behind where I think the original call was. Take that as a win for red. Pushes that yellow back out a little bit wider. That's not a bad setup here to give an opportunity to try to remove those, especially with that yellow that's in the top 4 then spilling back to the outside rather than spilling back to the inside as your way to get it out of the rings. Reduces the risk of it becoming a scoring stone significantly. Yellow's perspective, they need to hit this back one. They're coming a little tight. This is going to poke this other yellow out. The shooter's going to spin out if they crash on this. Ooh. All right, turn of events. This is why we play, folks. If we made everything, we wouldn't end up in this scenario. Yeah, interesting by red. I think his call here is to freeze dead on top of his red one right there, right where Stan's calling. Really control this top of this 4-foot. Especially like when you can't throw weight and make those 2 rocks disappear. You control those. It's a 2-shot removal situation for yellow after this. So power opportunity here for red to really just control the outcome of this end. A little worried Sarah Finching through this pretty wide. The luck here is if he's wide, it's going to be light. So wide and heavy would have been not good. Wide and just there. Sean Morris gave this a pretty good effort. All things being considered, got to talk to Sarah Finching about this one. This doesn't look too bad from here, but that needed to be just a little bit better. That was an opportunity to really hammer down in the outcome of this end. I think this now leaves a little bit of a window for Team Yellow here to find their way out of this. All right, a little update from the Oiler game. We're on the power play. 5 minutes to go in the first. A lot of battling going on here in the corner. The puck's frozen. Not going to lie to you, it's tuned into an old Leafs game from like 1962 on YouTube a couple weeks ago. And the moment somebody even froze something against the boards that they even thought that they were going to start battling for it, the whistle went off and they had to face off 2 feet away from the boards. Very interesting contrast to today's game. But oh, man, is it fun to watch this Oilers power play. They do move that puck around. And they can get over to Draisaitl. That is it's a really good chance when it comes off that stick. It's going in. Yeah, it's been a privilege to be an Oilers fan the last number of years. I will say that much. And we are in our in our best years right now. So we're just gonna ride the wave while we can, because we know it's all not gonna last. So we're just gonna enjoy every moment while we can have this. All right, yellow red back to the hole. I don't know what that accomplishes. We'll see how this pans out here as the end kind of finds its way on here. I feel like I'm about to do more color commentary on the Oilers game right now, but I promise I will not. All right, so Ernst intervention, Redstones here. I didn't see Stan's. No, I told Stan I wasn't going to call him Stan on the broadcast, but Hector Gervais' son has made the call for Ernst Finchen in what I thought the broom might have been down for throwing a guard, but this makes a lot more sense that he might try to play the in-off. Aaron didn't come very close to making that shot. We're going to have to talk about that one after the game. I'm going to write that one down. We're going to end number 6, and I'm going to talk this out while I write it down, but why did you miss that wide? That is a big question there. That had a lot of opportunity for anything on the inside. Was your optimal opportunity there. Gonna have to talk to Sarah Finchen about that one. All right, so yellow now. Well, there's a lot of these reds are exposed. There's an opportunity for a little bit of a nose triple here situation, similar to what we had a couple ends ago. Make a few things go away with the right angles here, and this looks really close. That's what you're looking for from that shot. It spills everything off the forefoot back to the outside. So that's the angles you don't want to leave. And this time, yellow took advantage of it. Looking back to the Leafs and the Oilers, I see the Leafs are on a power play right now. Big turn of events. Really good opportunity for a shorthanded goal here by Edmonton, I hope. Yeah, you're right. Team Yellow, nice shot from the chat there. You are absolutely correct. They were left with that opportunity, and it was great to see them take advantage of it. You don't love to see shots that are available and not make them. So that was fantastic to see, and in great execution. It really sets this end up to Yellow's benefit at this point, especially with them having the hammer. And especially with Sean Morris. Oh no, Sean rocking on a center guard that shouldn't have been in play. Again, something else for the notes to talk about after the game. Do not touch center guards that are not in play. All right, pardon the silence there. It took me a few minutes to write that note down, but that note had to get written down. Oh, on an equal disaster, I just seen that the Leafs tipped a shot in. Not good, Nylander. I'd love to say he put it off his foot, but I don't think that's the truth. It's all right. For those of us in Oilerville, we are still looking forward to our 6-2 win that was predicted earlier. Life is A-okay. No reason to panic. All right, with the hammer here. Interesting play. Nikki's going to sit here and just draw to sit 2 while she has 3 other stones in the house, rather than just try to play a little bit of an angle nose on the other ones to sit 4. maybe save that shot for a big score after. Try to set up her locked in deuce here down the center line or in the forefoot. See how this comes about. Line's not bad. I'm going to try to lean in and see what's going on in real life here. And real life tells me this is maybe getting the top 12 foot, if not, just not even in the house. All right, so Red has a decision to make here. They have to figure out where do they sit. Where do they throw a stone here to make it very difficult for Yellow not to score more than one or two? And this isn't coming down to Sean and team, as much as I've been ribbing them all game, they say they've been kind of still trying to figure out this draw weight situation. And this is all about the draw weight. It's got a significant portion of the line. If you can put this into a great spot, it's going to sit top button. They're sitting one. It certainly gives a little bit of an angle run back, very short with an advantage angle run back from the left hand side for Yellow afterwards. But you have to force them into. You have to at least force them into that shot. So Sean needs to make this. And at least sit second shot. To at least at the worst case scenario, Yellow scores 2. Line's fantastic. Looks a little heavy. This needs to stop in front of this Yellow. Very interesting shot. That looks like Red is sitting 1. What does Yellow do here? Do they play a shot to score 2? And is it the tap? It might be the tap, same angle. All right, curling fans. What's the vote on this? This is going to be, we see Sean swoop in there. We see the ice slowing down a little bit, stuff crashing towards guards. This could be a very exciting shot here coming across the hog line. Yay or nay. Certainly it's never going to be missed wide. I think everything's curling too much. But let's just see if this team can stay on top of the sweep to make sure it gets by that center guard first. I think if that happens, there's a very high opportunity that Nikki makes his shot for her 2. All right, looking from my camera here right now, you are fighting with that center guard already. This needs a lot of work on the sweep to have an opportunity. Underthrown for weight, in my opinion. Yeah, that was maybe draw weight. It wasn't the tap weight that you needed. Unfortunately, I will write that down to let Nikki know, throw harder next time. I say that with a little bit of fun. I like to have fun with the teams here. I know a lot of them personally, so I like to have a little bit of jest and fun with them, of course. So it's none of this is meant in any ill intent. If the crew out on the listening side thinks that's the way it's coming across. All right, moving into the 7th. This is turning into a match. I think for Red right now, Red's optimal solution here is, I don't even know if stealing 1 is their ideal scenario. I think their ideal scenario is either giving up 1 or giving up 2. Just don't give up 3 to Yellow. And then you can get the hammer coming home where you're scoring 1 or more and you're winning the game. And I think that's what Red needs to maybe focus on this end. They can steal 1 more, but then Yellow's score is 3 to win, 2 to tie. Then you're nailing down to an extra. I think if Red here takes the opportunity to try to force Yellow to score 1 or 2 here, and then they take the hammer coming home, and they got life in the a little bit in their own control at that point. So let's see what transpires on this one here as the end plays itself out. Looking across the rest of the sheets, over on sheet 1, is that Actually, you know what? I'm going to try to get this one correctly, but it's, it looks like Express. Yeah, we got Express. Express Tankers, I think, is our Sheet 1 sponsor. Don't know who's playing, but Team Yellow right now is up 5-2, playing 7. Voltage Wireline, Sheet 2. We got Team Yellow is up 6-4, playing the 7th end as well. Getting over to Sheet 3. And we got Central Alberta Heating Solutions, a sponsor of ours over in the mixed spiel back out in. Oh, we had so much fun. I forgot the name of the town. Just east of Calgary here. They sponsored us here a couple of weeks ago, and they're fantastic folks. And, well, had enough of a party that I forgot where I was. But this is a barn burner. So Red right now is up 9-7 after 6. This thing's out of control. That scoreboard is wild. Getting over to Candor Engineering, sheet number 4. Looks like we got a 6-2 score for Red. And they looked like they shook after 6. That game is over. Getting over to our game here, Alberta Tubular. We are seeing an even point advantage, or a 1 point advantage by Red on Team Yellow. We will circle back to this one. What do we got? Global Control. Global Control here over on sheet 6. Team Yellow is up 6-4 right now, so we got a bit of a match there. Tsunami and Brendan Souls, an absolute beauty of a human being. Their sheet right now is already handshakes. I think looks like they might have quit after 4. It was 8-2 for Yellow early on that one. And then getting into our last sponsor here and last sheet on sheet 8 is the Horn River Engineering sheet, and we have a game of Yellow is up 6-3 after 6 ends. So we have a little bit of good action still going on here down at the Oilmen's. If I was on top of my game here, I'd be using the camera controls to pan around and show you a little bit more, but I've been taught how to talk so far. All right, back to our sheet, sheet number 5, Alberta Tubular, and we got Nikki Smith here up against Heck Gervais' son, Stan. And this game has had its up and downs. I thought there's going to be a couple big scores back and forth here, and this has turned back into, there's been one deuce, but there's been oneing each other back and forth. Nobody's really broken out on this one, and where I thought maybe there was an opportunity for Yellow and Nikki Smith to really run away with this game, it hasn't happened as of yet. So she's exposed herself to the opportunity to maybe have to battle this one out to the end when there was maybe some opportunity earlier in the game to close this out. Oh, went for the run back. A little bit of a miss. Really good opportunity there by Jason. Good run at it. But you know what? You missed that. That's another opportunity for Red to pile another one behind here, and things are starting to get tight for Yellow, who early in the game had an opportunity to run away with this. Now they're going to be scrapping the score here, which is to the advantage of Red. Red can either grab a steal of 2 here or a steal of 1, but even Yellow's scoring 1 right now is very advantageous to the Red team. So as the scoreboard sits, I like Red's odds right now. Well, play the run back again. Oh, going for the double peel. All right, this could be a little bit of a make or break shot here, folks. This might need to be a double peel. If not, the chase continues after this. It's going to go under. Oh, oh, interesting. Not that. You know what? You might have two reds in the rings, but they are no longer in the forefoot. And you got the draw pass in the top of the button taken away by both the yellow and the corner guards. This gets a lot tougher for red to really put the kind of grind them down in that center like they did before the shot was over. So this change, interesting call by Stan. I'd like to think that right now that your best opportunity to bury one to where you want to go is to actually come wide around the Christmas tree corners on the right-hand side. This is a little tougher to get to a good bury spot. Like your ideal solution here is to be kind of that biting top 4 foot, just fully buried behind your red. But I think the line to get there, that corner guard is in the way. So this is a very delicate shot. They might just get by there. Let's see where this goes. I'm going to be proven wrong. They're getting exactly where I want to, but geez, that was touchy. Whew. That scares me if I'm red, because if you ever tickle that corner guard that you needed to be very tight to. All right, so yellow right now, they are going for it. They recognize that they need to score some points here, and like playing defense right now is not an opportunity. And Sarah Finchen, as nice as a shot as he made there to get by that corner guard, they couldn't sweep it because they had to wait for it to actually curl up past. But that needed to be a 1.5 feet deeper to really put the screws to this one. This still leaves an open opportunity for Team Yellow if they can wrap one wide here. They're by the top one. Till they get by the second ones, and if they can stop this thing top 4 foot, that opportunity was left for them, and they took advantage of it. Can that stop? Oh, nope. That's too bad for Yellow. That was a great opportunity to have that happen. Stan's shot is probably plug this thing off. Yeah, that stands. This thing could be top 8 foot. Yellow has no opportunity to sit very well by coming around anything on the left-hand side of the sheet right now. So for Stan and team and big time Aaron Serafinchin, he needs to park this thing about either top 4 foot or top 8 foot. That's your spot here. You don't want to be any deeper than that, but you pick that 2 foot window and just plant it right where you need to. Thing is, if he's a little bit light, well, this thing looks really wide, so I won't even comment. And you could be light and tight, and then you just make more of a corner that your rest of your opposition come around. But he threw this thing wide enough that if this thing should come up light, it's cooking hard. Nope. So we will talk about this one. This one is going on the score sheet too. Aaron. Why so heavy? Yeah, that was not not the miss, so to say. This opens the door right back up again for Team Yellow. Get to go after it one more time. Also just a tidge wide, which might make this follow-up shot by Red a little bit easier, but this is not going to come inside back to the 8 foot, which is what you really needed here. All right, little miss, and we're right back to where we were 1 shot ago. Aaron's going to have one more opportunity. Well, does Aaron have the opportunity? Nope, we're moving on to Skips Rocks. Mr. Sean Morris has a great opportunity to do this. As mentioned earlier on the broadcast, former world junior champion from 1994. His wife, also an Olympian with Michelle Bernard back in the 2020 Olympics. Nice little curling family, fantastic folks. And, Sean couldn't be a nicer person to get to know around the game of curling. Also, I really appreciate his very fast pace of play. This is the odd time there on a few leagues that we played together that we really moved that game to actually move inside our 2-hour window where we might have been with teammates that might not have otherwise played that fast. So it's really nice to be with another player that really appreciates pace of play. So there's a good one by Sean. The weight's really nice. That's going to be tough for Yellow to kind of maybe spill off the inside. It might give them an opportunity to do so, but we'll see what they chase after that. I will say, I don't know if you're, yourself on the broadcast, whether you can hear it or not, but the band has fired up here over on the dance floor here at the Calgary Curling Club. I can't see them, but I can certainly hear them, and I can certainly hear them jamming. I don't know about you, but you let me know if that's coming across in the stream a little bit. I don't know if I can mute it, but if it's annoying, I can mute us all. Singing to the songs. All right, little tap back there. Not a bad move. Yellow's sitting one. It's going to be very difficult for red to remove that yellow, but it's going to be their choice on what they want to do here for how the scores go down this end. There's an opportunity. I don't think they can throw big weight at. They could throw a little bit of weight at that, enough to kind of cross the rings, get it out, or they can throw another one. Yeah, I think Sean's going to try to rip it out of there. Not a bad move. Not a bad move overall there to try to make that happen. Worst case scenario at this point, they're not giving up 3. They're going to be down 1 with the hammer coming home. I don't necessarily dislike this strategy by Sean. I think what he's looking at is probably from the hack. He can probably only see 1 or 2 inches of that, so it makes it very scary to chase. So the team's going to discuss it. Maybe they come in and think about playing a tap here or doing something a little different. Maybe they can get a steal one. I don't know if you want to steal one here, but
okay, there's always a little bit of fine tuning. I see we still got some curling games going on. Are your favorite teams winning out there? Yeah, maybe, don't know.
all right. What was the inevitable call? I think he's trying to play a little bump here on his one top 8. See if he can push it back and promote it into shot rock position and make life a lot more difficult for Yellow to score more than 1. Oh, straight up guard. Interesting play, because I don't think Yellow was going to use that center path as their scoring opportunity. So potential wasted shot, in my opinion. I think maybe could have. I think maybe could have forced that issue a little bit differently from the perspective of the red team. All right, so last shot here in 7. Nikki Smith has the opportunity, just has to hit little past full 8-foot here wide on the corner. I think the biggest challenge for the team here is to really just pick out the draw weight and sweep it to perfection. I don't see a lot of concern on the sweepers as of the moment. This thing has to maybe slow down. The line looks good. This is going to grab some curl here right away, which will take some weight off and just put that comfort zone that the weight's okay. I think I got a feeling this is probably stopping just fine. Oh, we are in for a finish up here coming, ladies and gentlemen. Team Red with the hammer, opportunity to score 2 coming home. What might happen? Should we go to an extra? I don't know. I got a hockey game I want to go watch after. So let's see what we get. Let's go ahead and see for action. Any predictions in the chat? I know this is, and I see NDD11. Appreciate all the comments that you've thrown out here so far, and appreciate the interaction. What are your thoughts? You've been my go-to so far for the feedback mechanism, but what do you think is going to happen in this final end? All right, let's see what Brian's thrown a couple of really good center guards here up so far this game. He's been fantastic. Apparently has been rattled by the fact there's no ashtrays out there, so that's good. Team does tell me doesn't mind having his smokes and stuff. Just doesn't want to get too old, but apparently just keeps preserving life. He looks to be doing just fine out there. In case it was missed early on in the game, from Nikki, wants to bring a big shout out back to mom and dad up north, and a big hi for myself, Roland, having had an opportunity to also really get to know your family with Renee and Les as well on the team. You guys are fantastic people. You've raised a fantastic family that we continue to get to interact with to this day in the sport, and I hope you're tuned in and watching this. All right, we got a prediction in the chat. We got a barn burner. You are correct. But, you think Team Yellow is going to hold on for the win? For the win here is going to mean a steal, so let's see how this really shapes up. You know what? The tight center guard to set up the end was fantastic. Red power move by getting that thing parked top 4 foot afterwards, especially around that tight center. That is a fantastic little comeback to start off this final end when they need to score 2. They're controlling that scoring zone. It's going to make this a lot more difficult for Yellow that might have otherwise thrown a second center line guard, but now they have to consider how to approach this one that is in the top 4 foot. They are going to need to move that thing for having an opportunity to score later. So great little shot here. This is getting really interesting. These angles are good for everybody. I think this is going to be a little bit of a chess match here through the first 4 or 5 shots of this end before we start kind of smacking a few things around, trying to clean some stuff up for a clean opportunity to score for Red from their perspective. So Heck Gervais' son, Stan, lobbing another one out there. Nice to see him representing the Oilers on the shoulder. I think he's just trying to get this freeze here. Sarah Finch's got to make sure this thing's at least on contact. You don't want to leave this light. Beautiful shot to get the inside angle position on this. This is going to be a big, big deal later on at the end. When stuff starts moving down that center line, that yellow will miss the one in the top 4 foot rather than taking it out on the way by. Fantastic little setup shot there by Stan, the son of Heck. This looks like we're in for a treat here to finish. There's just more stones getting drawn into this center path. We will see some action and some rocks moving later on because of this. Let's just see how these continue to be positioned. A little bit of a chess match before the dynamite hits. Ooh, aggressive. All right, Team Red coming down here. I think they're just trying to grab another piece of the 4 foot here. Line's pretty good. If this thing just needs to get past full 8 foot to be in a great spot. The line's curled over enough to take a little edge on edge. Pretty darn good. Nikki continues to play the chess match right now. Just gonna position another one in here before any angles start getting kind of banged around. Let's see where Yellow parks this. This is a big gamble, but they got to do it. Red's in a great spot. Yellow has a potential to put a challenge onto it. This could be a lot of fun coming down to the finish line here. Not heavy, which is good. Line looks really nice if this thing stops into the top 4 foot. Curl up a hair. Little bounce here is not good for Yellow. Oh, that was heavy. So Red right now throwing maybe a little bit of a hack weight or spill in on top or just a straight freeze is a great move here. Even if this thing ends up a foot wide and kind of splits the center of that red and the yellow and freezes the pocket of the two, that's just fine too. They do not need to get super tight around the centers on this one. Then they really start owning all the angles. But they have to be by the top yellow one. They have to be by it. What's going on here? Did they touch it? What's going on? I didn't see what. Oh, I don't hate. Oh, boy. All right, little heavy got by. Tapped that one corner onto the yellow, which continues to push that yellow. No opportunity for that yellow one to come back into play. Red one always spilling back to the center. You got to throw big weight for that thing to get out of the 4 foot across the other side. So pretty decent shot there by Red overall. For yellow to remove a couple of these shots, they're going to lose their back yellow one, and their shooter's always going to be a little bit wide open, a little bit wide on the edge perspective from those center lines after the shot's done. Yeah, really tough for yellow to take an advantage after this shot, in my opinion. For yellow to cross the center of this one and even get the shooter to roll back in a little bit, you really risk that red one actually not being able to exit the rings and actually just continuing to pile up the button. And so that's a difficult situation here for yellow. For them to remove the stones they need to have a chance later on, they're exposing their yellow one that stays wide. Even though this time it'll be in the top 8 foot, it's still an opportunity for red to then hit in and off of it and control that center in one more time. That back 4 foot or back button rock is probably going nowhere after the next 2 shots. Like, it's really going to take a couple shots for the opportunity to remove that one. Really tough scenario right now for yellow. Assuming you get shot for shot, made, of course. But we do have finals across every other sheet out here. This was the last sheet to start this draw, and as a TV game, they are the last sheet to be out here giving her. Alright, I'm going to see what I can see in real life here. If this gets hit really thin, if it comes off the yellow one just on the right angle, it might come across the top of the other red one and actually clear the one off the back of the fourth, or the back of the button, which would be the ideal scenario. I think that might be key here for Team Yellow, is not so much clearing up this side, but getting the one off the back button just a touch. There's, in tight corner. They ticked the yellow one on the way by, and there was the danger of, well, not the tick, but it was the danger of hitting that yellow, just that hair wide, which the tick obviously made happen. But now the red one is absolutely stuffed on the top of the button, and it's going to be extremely hard for yellow to find a way to sit any sort of one after this shot. Red right now needs to consider their risk about leaving a shot for yellow and their opportunity to score. And I think the really smart call here, as they're talking about, is probably to hit this red or this yellow one and roll back into the center. Even if they rolled out, or even if they hit the nose, the angle would be so steep that yellow would actually not have an opportunity to hit it thin enough to come back on the shot rock. But right now, if you left this one out here, it's yellow's out to come back in and score again. So I think the proper opportunity here, if the team were to call a timeout, is this nose to flip all the way in onto the center line off this yellow. But they should. I don't think the guards to play. There's a little bit of debate going on right now, but I think they hit this yellow one. It takes a lot of risk out of play for Team Red. As we come to you from upstairs, I am going to say hi one more time before the night's out. It's been a pleasure to throw my voice out to you and this conversation. Nice little feedback in the chat there as well. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to progress this game. I will get you back to the sheet there because nobody wants to miss the amazing action that's about to happen down here. Very aggressive call by Red to call the draw down here. I think, and I will scratch this down on my notes, this could be an interesting decision if made extremely well by Aaron Serafinchin. Big time Aaron Serafinchin. This might be able to lock a few things up, but I really think that they should have chased that yellow one wide. Let's see what our outcome here is. We got Sean Morris. Very, very competent, strong sweeper on the inside right now. Looks very confident about where this rock is about to be parked. Weight looks fantastic. Ooh, great spot. You know what? That absolutely mitigates the in-off off the ale off the outside as well. Great little spot to park that stone. And let's see how this now yellow navigates this to try to lock up that steal. Well, folks, depending on how big this crowd is, my mother is now tuned in, which might account for half the crowd. I can't tell how many viewers we have in here, but hi, Mom. Great to see you. I hope I put myself on camera for 2 seconds to wave and say hello to you. I just know that if I put myself back on camera again, so you can see me again, you're going to miss the game. We don't want to do that. The action is happening. Big weight shot coming down here. I think they're trying to come off the yellow. I just think, unfortunately, it's just going to keep pushing some stuff back to the center for the Reds. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, that was best case scenario for yellow, and it's not a good scenario. Oh boy. All right, Team Yellow. Life is tough right now. I know you got 2 shots left, but oh boy. All right, NDD 11. I think there's a little bit of risk here on your prediction. I don't know if red doesn't throw their next 3 stones and red throws or yellow throws 2 that this might turn out different. This is a pretty tough locked up end right now with those 2 rocks top 4 foot with absolutely no good angles to remove either one of those, let alone sit one yellow in amongst this bunch. Let's see what Serafinchin does here. Big time Aaron Serafinchin. He might mitigate any opportunity for Team Yellow after this shot. I think Nikki Smith is kind of resorting right now to playing some runbacks to try to get some angles set up. This is the last little bit of a last ditch opportunity right now. Okay, what are we seeing here? So, little angle run, maybe a little bit of a double. I think even if this shot gets made, your yellow's going to come off the top of the red and spill back to the right if we're looking head on to this. The red will spill back onto the yellow, and then spill back to the red will spill back to the right. So the 2 shots that are in focus right now will continue to spill back to the right. To make the double, the yellow that's currently sitting top 8, if it does make the double on top of the 8 foot, will likely be fully exposed on the left-hand side, even if the shot's made. So that is the risk of this one. You do have to play this shot, but it's still the outcome of it is still not optimal. Let's see what Nikki can do here. Let's see if we can get ourselves a little bit of action coming here in the last couple shots. Yeah, just missed it a hair tight. Now, that being said, the yellow angles off the wide side of the 4 foot back into the center is kind of an angle that's there right now. Even though it's a triple run back, it's still an opportunity. Given that she just threw the shot down here, and the angles look a little bit natural, she can hit that high left corner guard right now on the outside, just almost anywhere really. You can get some action going back into the 4 foot. So you can see that's where Serafinchin right now is a little bit concerned about protecting that versus protecting the other side that is not really shot for yellow coming in off the outturned side there. So maybe taking away this straight back angle is the really big thing that you're protecting against. So interesting. So Heck Gervais' son Stan is calling to kind of plug something up on the opposite side, which given their team's trying to score 2, I don't know what that rock helps protect them against at this point. I think their optimal opportunity is if Sean's going to throw this one. The reality is if he can slip in a little bit heavy and maybe end up into that biting top 4 on this line is probably your best opportunity to set yourself up for success. I don't see where anything here a foot outside the house to the top 8 foot does any benefit to you. So let's just see where this outcome comes to, and let's go from there. I like to see this moving a little heavy. Take it deep. It's curling so much, it's going to be light, but if it hooks in behind, that turned out to be pretty darn good. It absolutely hooked off the angles to get that second yellow one that's just in front of the 12-foot from being able to go back on the other yellow. Completely took it away. Missed that heavy. That's the shot right there, and you just absolutely took the end away from Team Yellow. There is absolutely no shot to sit one right now, from what I can see, unless you play some miracle angles, but took away the opportunity that was lining up there prior. All right, Nikki's playing an angle run back right now, which if I look at what's going on here, I think what she's trying to do is play a, oh geez, it needs to be almost a triple back here. Red's already sitting 3. They only need to score 2, and they have another shot left. And this shot does not give a great opportunity to move a yellow one into the 4-foot. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've already seen the end of this game. I hate to say it early before the last 2 shots are thrown, but I think we've seen the end of this game. All right, let's see what goes on here. I'm curious to see if there's any angles turn into something. Yeah, there wasn't much to throw out there. That will be handshakes. Team Red storming with the big comeback after being down 3 early. And it looked like in 4 they might not have got there too, but here it is. Big game, big matchup. Yeah, thanks once again. Want to give a shout out to the team's sponsors there. Global Controls supporting Team Nikki Smith. And of course all the fans there. Shout outs back to Regina, Halifax, Ottawa, and Edmonton, as well as mom and dad back home watching in that one. Shout outs coming out of the Sean Moore's team as the Edmonton International Oilmen's, Bonspiel, as well as Spartan Controls, and Mr. Mookie. Hope you're having a great time dipping into it down back there on vacation. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Hope you tune in. I probably won't be here for any more of this, but thank you for listening to me and taking it all in. Enjoy the rest of this spiel if you choose to tune in. Take care, and good night from Calgary. Go Oilers.